Okay, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the April 2025 meeting of the University of Rhode Island Board of Trustees. This meeting is being held in person at the Brookside South Residence Hall, with some board members participating remotely. At this time, I will ask Board Secretary Michelle Carreri to conduct a roll call attendance to determine if a quorum is present. Please clearly respond present via WebEx or present in person when your name is called.
Margot Cook,
Present in person.
Armin Sabatoni,
Present in person.
Maria Duchamp,
Present in person.
Michael Fascitelli, Charles Fogarty, Joe Formicola,
Present via WebEx.
Monica Garnes,
Present in person.
Neil Crow,
Present via WebEx.
Matt Lenz,
Present in person.
Robbie Luna,
Present via WebEx.
David Moderano,
Present in person.
Joseph Matthews,
Present in person.
Courtney Nicolato, Vahid Onjazieri, Jay Plasenzia,
Present in person.
Tom Ryan,
Present via WebEx.
Robert Wagand, Mark Parlange,
Present.
Michael Gray, David Caprio, Christine Ovi,
Present in person.
Reva Goyal. A quorum is present.
Okay, thank you. A quorum being present, I call this meeting to order. Reminder to all members for the benefit of our public audience and the note taker. Please clearly identify yourself whenever you comment, make a motion, or a second to a motion. Please clearly state yes, no, or abstain for all action items. Board members participating using WebEx are required to keep their cameras on. As remote members and all persons present at the meeting location must be clearly audible and visible to each other. Other WebEx participants are asked to keep their cameras off until called upon to speak. This time, I would like to acknowledge that the University of Rhode Island occupies the traditional stomping ground of the Narragansett Nation and Niantic people. Are there any proposed amendments to the published agenda? Okay, hearing none, the agenda will proceed. Before we go to public forum, what I'd like to do first is to acknowledge and to talk a little bit about the late Senate President Dominic Ruggiero, who passed away recently. I'd like to make a few comments, then I want to call on Armand and any others who'd like to make a comment. But the Senate President was a very important person to all of us, and many of us knew him personally. He was someone that spent his life in public service. He helped the university tremendously. We all could always call on him. He was someone that helped us do things like secure funding, that helped us to build and renovate our buildings. He helped us to build a better environment for our students. He supported research initiatives. He particularly was interested in what we were building in marine environmental sciences. And he was someone that really advocated for financial aid. He advocated most recently, one of the reasons that we are able to start this conversation about a medical school was because of his advocacy. And he was someone that I think, if you are a resident of the state of Rhode Island, he cared about the citizens of this state. And he showed that every day up until the last day of his life. And I wanted to take a moment of silence to recognize him because he's someone that was very important to all of us. So now I'd like to call on Armin to say a few words about Dominic, who you knew very well. I think you knew him when you were kids. You knew him almost his whole life, I would think. And then if anybody else wants to make a comment.
Yeah, Senator Ruggiero was a good friend of mine. We actually met in, we both started our first construction jobs on, if you recall, Midland Mall, which opened in 1967, which back then, I don't know whether you know that or not, really the developer for Midland Mall was Sears. they had the foresight to do malls, and they were one of the first that came forward. They had a subsidiary name, but they're the ones that did it. And Dominic and I met on that construction job back then, and we became friends from that day until his last. Dominic was the real deal. I think everyone that met him, what you saw in that first meeting, that's what he was all about. He worked his whole life trying to get the issue right. It was never about him. He never had any private agendas. It was all about doing the best he could for the people that came before him. And there was no one better than him as a mediator. If you had an issue that was real on either side and you had issues that you felt strongly about on both sides, you got a hear out. And somewhere along the line, there was some type of bill that came out that both parties were happy. At the same time, he was very courageous. He took on a lot of issues that no one would get there. One in particular was when the Pawtucket Paw Sox came up. And that was incredibly a hot issue, but he knew it was the right thing. And as far as Donnie was concerned, that was happening. You know the rest of the story of what happened on that, but he took great pains to make sure that the public understood how important that was. University of Rhode Island, he believed in higher education. He believed that the University of Rhode Island should have its own separate board. It was so important not only to the university, but the state of Rhode Island. I don't know if most of you know that this great board that we sit on and the good things that we're doing each and every day for the students and the state, there was a lot of opposition toward that, trying to keep it into the Board of Higher Education. But Donnie fought for that, among others. Charlie, you were probably there too then. And we got over the top and we did this. But Donnie knew about the blue economy and how important the University of Rhode Island was for the blue economy and the jobs that get created day out, day in and day out, before we had to let the rest of them understand how important it was with the University of Rhode Island. So, I mean, Donnie was a champion. He's going to be really, really missed. I mean, the I-195 Commission, I mean, he was a builder. This is why anything that comes up where we need construction money, you know, Senator Ruggiero was always there. The speaker handles that, the governor handles that. But in the room, when the three of them always sat down, Donnie was a proponent that whatever needed to be done, whatever needed to be constructed on this campus, he was all for. A friend all those years. But you know what? The only thing I don't get is I was a friend with him for 55 years, actually. We were friendly 55. He could never tell me, and I could never understand how his name went from Dominic to Donnie. I mean, because that's not a normal Dominic to Donnie. And so even today, it's a mystery. So if you could figure it out, let us know. Kind of like the name Donnie, so he just went along with it. So, look, he was a brother of mine in the labor movement. He worked with me at the District Council of the Laborers. He worked for me when he was the lesser director, which is a labor management cooperation trust where you bring people in. He was the best at that. I always told him that he was a great labor leader, but he was a superb legislator for the citizens of the state of Rhode Island. May he rest in peace, my good friend.
Thank you, Armin. Go ahead, Mark.
I just want to, first of all, second those comments to you there. He was obviously in many ways a dear friend of the university. And already when I first arrived, we were, as many of you know, starting the fine arts project. It had been a general obligation bond, and somehow the calculations weren't quite right. And he stepped up, and it was actually Dominic Ruggiero that championed the extra $17 million that went towards the fine arts. So that would never, and today we're very happy the fine arts is being built, and I think he played a key role. He certainly was the one that championed the medical school, and the fact that we have this Senate commission in the state looking at it, that was really his vision. And I'll remember even last year when we had URI Day at the State House, and he was obviously starting to become challenged physically at that time, but he made his way and he gave a great speech. And as you say, Armin, he did talk about the importance of University of Rhode Island to the state of Rhode Island, but also to, you know, the research that was going on coastal resilience and the blue economy in general. So we always enjoyed. I know that you know, we will remain committed to working with his successor and, you know, all the colleagues at the General Assembly. I thought the thing, though, that you were going to raise that was hard to understand about him was the thing that I always found a little tough. I think I got him over the line, but he seemed to support Providence College in basketball. That was,
Waited from there.
I don't care. You know, we don't like PC. So anyway, he always seemed to laugh when I told him, you
He
know,
just loved sports in general.
yeah,
He was a really sport guy.
yeah.
No?
So thanks, Margot. Yeah.
Thank you. Go ahead, Charlie.
Thank you. And I also want to join with Armin and Mark in paying tribute to Donnie. I knew him when I was a young staff person in the governor's office, about 50 pounds lighter with a full head of hair. I first met him when he was a young legislator, and we became friends. We weren't always on the same side of the issues when I came into the Senate, but we always remained friends. And I told Armin, as I was standing outside here, I was really impressed how when he became majority leader and then Senate president, he really came into his own. Donnie was a true Rhode Islander. If you can picture an archetypical, he loved this state. He knew all about the ins and outs. And when he was given leadership abilities and leadership positions, he used it to benefit the people of Rhode Island. And he didn't care what some of the prevailing thoughts were at the time. If it was good for Rhode Island, he was going to support it. And I'm going to miss him not only as a leader, but as a friend. Armin, I remember one time when Governor Almond was proposing the big expansion of the port at Ponset Point, and it was very controversial at the time. And I remember talking to him, and I had some concerns on what was happening. He goes, "Charlie, I don't care if they ever use it. I just want them to build it. I need people to get back to work and have jobs and go forward." So he meant that facetiously, but he was always focused on getting people to work, keeping the economy going forward, improving Rhode Island's quality of life for everybody. And he has big shoes to fill up at the State House, and my condolences to his family.
Thanks, Charlie.
And think about it, he was in the House and the Senate in leadership 44 years. Think about that in a politician. And obviously it's ridiculous, but every 2 years they got to run at 22 elections. And in the early days, you know, the Fourth Ward politics, that's the Charles Street, Providence area, that's a tough area. Donnie would walk to every single house 22 times. Every single house, 22 years he did it, ring the bell. In my early days, I walked with him, knew everybody in the house, knew every child in the house, knew what their needs were. And his people, as loyal as he was to them, they were loyal to him because they saw his sincerity, really an old-fashioned politician.
Matt?
I'll also echo that. I got to know Donnie after I married into this Italian family in North Providence. My father-in-law overlaps with Donnie's district. They've been friends for going back as far as I can remember. Known my wife since she was a kid. I'm frankly on this board because he put forward my name. I'm here in part because of him. I'll miss him. He was a friend. Like I said, really got to know him, campaigned with him. So I saw him at the doors. And really one thing that I'll always remember is just how much of an interest he takes in the personal lives of the people that he knows. He would always ask about my kids, my wife. Always, whenever I was with him, he would always took an interest in other people's families and making sure that they were, in a good spot. So, everything that was said here today is true. I'll certainly miss him. Condolences to Lisa, Charles, the rest of his family.
Thanks, Matt. Well, clearly, we all feel that the Senate President was a huge influence on the state and on us. And for that, we wanted to take the time to recognize him. There is information on the viewing and the mass that Michelle has sent out. If you need that, you can get that from Michelle. Okay, the first order of business is the open forum. And this morning, we have a number of people that have come to talk to us about Alton Jones again. So let me just first talk about how this is going to flow. And then I want to start actually with some information from Abby that I think will help inform some of the viewpoints and some of your sentiments on Alton Jones. So let me first read what the process is. So in accordance with our bylaws, we set aside 20 minutes of today's meeting to provide members of the public an opportunity to address the board during open forum. Each person must limit their remarks to 3 minutes or less. The open forum protocol is that board members will listen to each presenter, but will not respond directly to the topics raised or interact with the presenter. I'm going to break that rule today. Board Secretary Michelle Carreri will call each presenter in the order in which they have registered and will inform them of the 3-minute limit. So because we've had this in front of us, this is probably the fourth, maybe fifth time that people have come to talk to us about Alton Jones. I first want to say that we hear you and it's been effective. And that's why we have these open forums, is that we actually want to hear from the public on things that are on your minds. And so there are a number of things that you may or may not be aware of that we're doing to address the Alton Jones situation. And I wanted to ask first Abby Benson to summarize, very high level summary. You can get a lot of this detail in our from our board website, or if you have further questions, but there is a lot of work going on to preserve that the land and what happens on that land. And it's been going on for probably the last year. So Abby, if you could summarize that for us. And then I know there are a number of people that would like to speak, but I would also ask you, if you hear that the same points are being made, then we don't necessarily have to hear from everybody, but we have heard you and there is action being taken. So go ahead, Abby.
Yeah, thank you so much. So the university did appoint an internal task force about 1.5 years ago to look at Alton Jones and the future use of Alton Jones. And that task force made some recommendations around education and research, which was really useful to understand what the university community thinks is beneficial for the use of the land. After further discussion with the president's cabinet and the board, we did issue a request for information at the end of last year, looking for proposed partners to work with us on the Alton Jones campus. We asked for proposed uses. We asked for how those uses might align with the university's mission and how potential partners could help us be good stewards of the Alton Jones campus, which is obviously an important campus for us. And also how the proposed use would allow the university to continue having educational and research opportunities at the campus. We did receive 7 responses. We went through an internal review process, and we are continuing discussions with 2 responders. One is a state agency and one is a nonprofit who's really dedicated to healthy living and education. So we are in conversations with those, and our intention is that if those conversations continue to be successful, that we do envision the campus will be used once again for educational activities for youth, also for environmental uses, and also for some conferences as a resource for the state in the area. But again, since we're in conversation, that's not something we're talking about in great detail at this time.
Thanks, Abby. So I will point to Michelle, who can call on those that have come to talk to us about Alton Jones.
Okay, the first person is Ava Pereira. Ava, I believe you're online. You're participating remotely.
Yes, I am.
Okay. Whenever you're ready. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ava Pereira, and I'm a sophomore at Moses Brown. I'm 15 years old, and I attended summer camp at W. Alton Jones from age 5 until it closed when I was 10 in 2020. Attending Farm Camp and EcoZone, both EEC programs, were incredible experiences that changed my life. Since the first summer I attended, I've dreamed of becoming a counselor in training and then a counselor. Now that I'm age eligible, I feel an incredible sense of disappointment that the opportunity has vanished. When I first heard in 2020 URI was closing the EEC permanently, I was so concerned that I emailed the president of URI, the governor, my congressman, and my senator. To quote from my email to Governor Raimondo, "The first week I was at Alton Jones, I fell in love with the whole place. All of the campers did. To shut it down would be devastating to a lot of kids. If you visited it for 1 week, I assure you, you would see why no one wants to shut it down. If you shut down Alton Jones, you'll be taking away an amazing experience for people in the future." End quote. I'm grateful for the chance today to advocate for the EEC to be reopened, not only for campers, but for all people, including URI students and staff. I would love to get involved if and when it is ever reopened. I'd gone to other camps in Rhode Island, but Alton Jones is where I truly learned. Moving from a big city, animals and agriculture were new and different, and Alton Jones really instilled an admiration and love for both. My camp experience has shaped me to be passionate about protecting the environment, farm life, and agriculture. There I learned how to garden, cook, swim, and care for livestock. I have classmates that went there with me and loved it. I've met kids through sports where we've recognized each other and were able to bond with over that. And everyone I talk to is in favor of reopening the camp. I heard URI is considering partnering with the DEM to convert Woodvale Farm to be used to care for abandoned horses and that the EEC would be turned into offices. Please consider there's a petition with 7,000 signatures to reopen Alton Jones, and those people, as well as thousands of alumni, would definitely donate money to help URI reopen the EEC and run the same programs that ran prior. Caring for abandoned horses would still be something we could do. I urge URI to launch a targeted fundraising campaign. Planned giving could be a part of that. According to the book, Rhode Island's Natural Laboratory, A History of URI's W. Alton Jones Campus, the W. Alton Jones Foundation established a $1 million endowment to help fund campus operations. It would be great to know the status of that endowment and if it could be used now to reopen the EEC. When the campus was closed in 2020, COVID was cited as a reason, but also bad financials. Please let the public see those financials, separating those of the Whispering Pines Conference Center and the EEC, which is completely separate and served a much different and educational purpose that generated revenue, especially over the summer, with all the hundreds of campers paying hundreds of dollars to be there every week. I also heard that the former director of the EEC is currently at URI. His knowledge could be utilized to reopen the campus rather than finding an outside partner. However, if URI must partner with the DEM or whoever, URI could still use Woodvale Farm to run a summer camp and other educational programs having campers take care of horses and other animals there. So to end, URI's foundational values include, quote, sustainability and care of our environment, freedom to learn, teach, create, and conduct research with integrity, end quote. I ask if these extremely important values will be truly honored if the EEC is turned into offices and the DEM takes over Woodvale Farm solely for abandoned horses. I hope you will reopen the EEC so that Rhode Island youth, URI students, staff, and alumni can continue to learn, teach, create, and conduct research at this special gem that Rhode Island has. Thank you so much for listening to me today.
Thank you, Ava.
Next, we have Laura Lowe. Laura, you're here in person and you're welcome to use the podium. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Laura Lowe. I come to you today to ask that you reopen the W. Alton Jones Environmental Education Center for school programs and summer camps. I'm asking you because 5 years ago, our state lost this vital programming. The youth of our state were deprived of many things during the lockdown years, most notably socialization and education. Here we are 5 years later, and the middle school students who would have attended URI's W. Alton Jones campus environmental education programs then are now finishing high school. This is a loss to our youth and the future of our state. The University of Rhode Island has deep environmental roots and has long supported students in their studying of our earth and our place in it. What does environmental education do? It prepares young people to understand the complexity and richness of our natural environment. Learning about forests, wetlands, nocturnal ecology, and human history as it intertwines with natural history is not just a little educational sideshow. It's fundamental. Many schools that would have visited W. Alton Jones did not replace it with anything. Most schools don't have the luxury of thousands of acres of protected wildlands to use as an outdoor laboratory. Most school teachers aren't able to teach natural history because they lack the outdoor space and knowledge. The University of Rhode Island had a wonderful program at W. Walton Jones that was heavily science-based and complemented school science programs. It was unique because it was attached to URI. Students learned that research was being done by scientists from URI. Educated scholars and graduates were drawn to the campus to teach. Most notably was Irene Stuckey, who in 1994 received the first Rhode Island Natural History Survey Distinguished Naturalist Award. She wrote an amazing field guide, Rhode Island Wildflowers. She was a professor and researcher at URI until 1978, and she designed the trails and the Nettie Marie Jones Nature Preserve, a preserve within the W. Walton Jones campus where she led hikes for over 30 years. I have been honored to lead many hikes, including wildflower walks on her trails, using her book, helping others discover everything from trillium to swamp cheese that grows on swamp azaleas. The Environmental Education Center named their largest meeting room in her honor. The University of Rhode Island was gifted with this beautiful, diverse property about 60 years ago. Please do not give this campus over to an outside entity. Do not allow it to be turned into offices. Do not allow it to be recklessly used for superficial purposes. Retain it and restart the amazing environmental education programs that brought honor to URI and reinforced URI's commitment to the youth of our state. After 5 years, our state's children deserve the highest caliber of environmental education, and that can only come from the University of Rhode Island. I will leave this book, published for the 50th anniversary celebration for the W. Walton Jones campus. I bookmarked the environmental education section. 50 years of education. Let's do another 50.
Thank you very much.
Next, next we have Carolyn Wren. Carolyn, she's here in person as well.
Hello, members of the board. Thank you for taking the time to hear us today. My name is Carolyn Wren. I was a field teacher naturalist during the fall, winter, and spring months for a number of years. I am so glad to hear that education is, up there with the plans for this property. I would first like to start by saying what an awesome gift that URI was given by Nettie Marie Jones. This property has come a long way over the last 60 years, yet retained 100 years of unaltered charm. There are not many environmental education campuses that are as big and diverse as Alton Jones is. Plus, it has an established environmental education center, which we know, historical farm, and trails that were made specifically for educating students as they hike and explore through the forest, wetlands, and historical properties of this amazing campus. These trails include boardwalks, lookout points, pine groves, wooden benches placed throughout the campus. These benches were strategically placed to stop and encourage discussions and teachable moments in an outdoor classroom. So, I could, okay. W. Alton Jones is a 2,300 acre outdoor classroom. More than ever, we need to encourage our children and adults to get off the screens and outside again. There are numerous studies showing the importance of outdoors and for physical and mental health. It is time to reignite environmental and outdoor education in Rhode Island. The bones are already there. The lessons are already created. Thousands of lessons that are probably still on campus right now. The trails are made for exploring. The land was hand-built. Stone walls and century-old trees, untouched wetlands provide us with so many teachable moments. I thank you for taking the time to listen, and I hope it encourages you to see awesome opportunities for our future environmental educators, because frankly, it's just way too cool of a place not to share. Many lessons that field teachers created would be impossible to learn from a book in a classroom. So let's get the kids back outside.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have Anthony Burnett Testa, who is participating remotely. Anthony?
Thank you. My name is Anthony Burnett Testa, and I'm a middle school teacher at Cole Middle School in East Greenwich, Rhode Island. And I'm also a former field teacher naturalist at W. Alton Jones. So I'm a science teacher. I teach computer science now, but before that, I taught science for 18 years. And I believe in science. I believe in the scientific method. I believe in logic and logical thinking. And then when I look at people's resumes like Dr. Parlange and Abby Benson, I'm blown away by the science there. And I'm just amazed by it. And um, so so I don't believe in conspiracy theories as well. Like I need evidence, right? And when Abigail Ryder, who's retired, told me in an email that the W. Alton Jones campus was closed because of financial reasons, I wanted to see data. I wanted to find out like when did it happen and what steps did the former URI administration take to resolve those issues. I just needed transparency. Because I believe that at the W. Alton Jones campus, I believe that the Whispering Pines Conference Center, I believe their budget dragged down the budget of the Environmental Education Center. So that when URI administration looked at the budget for W. Alton Jones, they saw something negative rather than breaking that down into two different pieces. In an email to me, retired Abigail Ryder spoke about school children and the Environmental Education Center with a negative connotation. I got the feeling that she did not like school children from out of state as well. Um, those those school children that attend the Environmental Education Center, they grow up to be college students. And if they have a positive experience at the Environmental Education Center, that's going to sway them later on to choose URI over other universities. Um, so you're going to need every single advantage you can get over other universities because the enrollment cliff is looming. When this enrollment cliff arrives, you're going to need every single innovative idea to attract students to URI. And the Environmental Education Center is one of them. I know Abigail Ryder is retired, but I would not put too much stock in somebody that saw billionaires, Major League Baseball owners, NBA owners, National Hockey League owners suspend the season in March of 2020. And then she waited until June 10th to shut down Alton Jones. And the worst of that was 1,000 campers signed up. So she left 1,000 families scrambling to find other avenues of care for their children for the summer. So listen, do not lease the Environmental Education Center to the DEM. If you're going to lease anything, lease the Whispering Pines Center. The Environmental Education Center, I believe, makes a profit. Keep the Environmental Center open. And this is going to be one of the advantages you're going to have over other universities when the enrollment cliff arrives in full force. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Brooke Sati Charles, who's also participating remotely. Hopefully I said that correctly. Thank you.
Yep, you got it. So thank you for giving me the chance to speak today. My name is Brooke Sati Charles, and I'm also here to talk about reopening W. Alton Jones for summer camp, winter camp, and other activities. At the age of 7, I attended my first week of overnight camp at W. Alton Jones. I chose the farm theme, and similar to Ava, after just 1 week, I was hooked. Every summer after that, and every February for winter camp, I came back. As I grew older, I joined teen expeditions, went hiking in the White Mountains in New Hampshire, the Greens of Vermont, kayaking the Kennebec River, and more. I got the opportunity to become a junior counselor and then a full counselor in college. And years later, I even came back and celebrated my wedding at the Whispering Pines Conference Center. W. Alton Jones isn't just a place, it's a community. It's where I built lifelong friendships. The camp spans 2,300 acres of pristine woodlands. There I played predator prey, bombardier, went ponding, learned about the water cycle, took night hikes under starlit skies. but most importantly, I fell in love with nature and with learning. For decades, W. Walton Jones served the Rhode Island school children for an outdoor classroom, introducing countless young minds to science, to wonder, and the wild. It's truly the gem of New England. And beyond its legacy, W. Walton Jones offers URI a unique opportunity to innovate. Imagine the co-op experiences it could provide URI students. Nursing students could support the campers during summer sessions. Biology majors could study ecosystems across the 2,300 acres. Your finance students could help manage operational budgets. Marketing students could design websites, flyers, and outreach strategies. And students in your animal sciences, fish and wildlife programs could gain hands-on experience in their fields, all right here in Rhode Island's backyard. Yes, I know the camp faced financial hardships over the years, but instead of giving up, why not get creative? What if you or I partnered with a volunteer group of WADG Board of Directors tasked with clear goals and accountability? This board could serve a bridge between the URI Board of Trustees, University of Rhode Island, and the camp, ensuring W. Walton Jones thrives and aligns with URI's mission. Reopening the camp isn't just about nostalgia for me. It's an opportunity for kids, for education, and our state. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you.
Excuse me. Next, we have Ken Craper, and he's also participating remotely. Ken?
Good morning. I live in Virginia. I am formerly from Rhode Island. I'm a member of our United States Foreign Service in the Department of State, and I'm a proud and distinguished former camper and counselor at W. Walton Jones. I don't have anything terribly profound to offer to you all this morning, but what I will say, I would second and third everything that everyone has already said. Camp was a special place for myself and my brothers when we were kids, both as campers, and then really as Brooke just mentioned, as a staffer, I made some lifelong friends there. I learned a lot about myself. W. Walton Jones gave me a place to be me, to learn to learn who I was, to build confidence in myself, and to build character. And then as a staffer, I learned how to practice strong leadership skills. I am who I am today because of W. Walton Jones, and there are legions of us out there that will all say the same thing. We we benefited greatly. Thousands of us benefited greatly from the experience that we had at W. Walton Jones. It's the biggest asset that URI has. It is hands down the biggest asset URI has, whether it's with the campus community, whether it's with the state or in the region. There's not a year that goes by that I don't mention W. Walton Jones to somebody who has a passing connection to the state of Rhode Island, and they have some story about it. It's just a huge asset. And when camp closed 5 years ago, we were getting ready to send our two oldest children. We have five. We were getting ready to send our two oldest children there for camp from out of state. And I know I'm not alone in the people that were willing to do that. I would have happily made that investment. I would have paid double and triple because of how important it is for my kids to learn the same lessons I learned there. My I would still send my kids there if it was open tomorrow. I'd be a part of helping the school, the campus figure out how to make it viable if that's what it takes. There's a number of us that would. Our kids today need camp. They need a place like this. We are trying to teach our kids how to play with each other again. And I guarantee that, you haven't had to, the school probably hasn't interacted with parents and students like they did 5 years ago. A lot's changed in 5 years, and parents need a place like URI more than ever. They need W. Walton Jones more than ever. So what I would say is, I would appeal to you all in one way. For those of us that are in the thick of parenthood, I can tell you that our kids need this place. But for those of you that aren't in the thick of parenthood, I want to appeal to your sense of legacy. What you do on this board and the decisions that you make related to W. Alton Jones will affect multiple generations to come. And do you want to leave a legacy that helps our children, that makes our children better people, that draws them back to the university when they're adults, when they're older? I think the choice is pretty clear, but I really, really want you all to consider this, and don't think of it as having to make a sacrifice, or that the mission of educating our kids is somehow ancillary or not, or not even a viable sort of profit motive. You can do incredible things for our kids, and it is paramount that you consider opening the campus back up.
Okay,
Thank you,
thank
Ken.
you. Thank you. Appreciate your view. We are at 9:43, so we've it's been 20 minutes. So I know there's one person in the room. If you could limit your comments to a minute, we can hear you.
Adam, thank you.
At the dedication ceremony for the new campus, URI President Francis Horn spoke about his plans for the property. There is an immediate need nationally and in the state of Rhode Island for imaginative programs that will encourage underprivileged youngsters in our big cities to use their energies positively and creatively. It is essential that we combat school dropouts, juvenile delinquency, and wasted human assets with activities that stimulate a wish to learn more and with programs that develop in young people a sense of adventure and purpose, he said. I vouch for that. I have worked in every single school district as part of education coordinator for Historic New England, running education programs. So many teachers have asked me, what's happened to URI's W. Alton Jones campus? When is it going to open again? I too have a sense. I came to URI in 1996 on an exchange program to teach camp at the W. Alton Jones campus. I have worked there, on and off through my time to the present state where I work on the main campus at URI. Again, URI's Alton Jones campus was a jewel in the crown of the state of Rhode Island. Too many times people say we're exporting things to Massachusetts, but the University of Rhode Island campus, we served Massachusetts schools around the greater Boston area. People came from Massachusetts to the University of Rhode Island to enjoy our programs. I believe in excellence and running imaginative programs. When COVID shut down the University of Rhode Island campus, I was the education coordinator at Casey Farm. That summer, with the help from the Department of Health of Rhode Island, we ran a very successful camp. From that time on, our camps sold out when they came online every single year to the present year. And we were one of the main competitors for the URI Woodvale Farm camps. We served a lot of campers that could no longer visit Alton Jones, that came to Casey Farm instead. So I plead with you, to think about Alton Jones campus and maintaining environmental education for years to come. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. As I said at the beginning, there's a lot of activity and a lot of action being taken, and we hear you, and we will balance what is consistent with the mission of University of Rhode Island, and with hearing the viewpoints that have been expressed to us over the last several months. So with that, we're going to go into report of the chair, and I would ask those that came for the Alton Jones to please excuse themselves. Okay, so the first topic that I want to talk about is Mark Antonucci. Mark, please come to sit at the table. So Mark is the new CEO of the URI Foundation, and we are so pleased to have you here. I co-chaired the search committee. I've talked about the search committee here for the last couple of meetings. And what really stuck out about Mark to us was not only does he have the obvious experience, he most recently was at Rutgers, where he was the senior fundraiser and has had a lot of success at the Rutgers Foundation. Prior to that, he was at Arizona State, which is under Michael Crow, grown tremendously, and has had the mentorship of Michael Crow, which was pretty impressive. But what really stuck out about Mark was that he's pursued education as a master's and a PhD, and it's really important to him. He's passionate about education, but he also understands there's a business here. And it was the combination of understanding that we've got to figure out how to increase the revenue of the university and balance that with all of the great things that we're trying to do in our mission, and really propel the university forward. That made him stand out. Now, of course, one of the things that really made him stand out was that he was born in Rhode Island. So he's coming back to Rhode Island, and now we have two Marks that have come back to Rhode Island. We're gonna have to figure out what to call you because we can't have Mark and Mark. It's very confusing. But as Al Verrecchia said, who was on the search committee with us, that frankly, if Mark hadn't shown up as a candidate, we would have probably done the search over again, because we really wanted someone great, and I think we found someone great in Mark, and it's going to be a lot of fun and I think a lot of success in working together. Mark, it's important for Mark to be a partner to President Parlange. It's important for President Parlange to be comfortable with who leads the foundation. And one of the things that we will get closer to is how the foundation is working and running. Obviously, with Lil, we got a report every quarter, but I want us to get closer. And I also want this board to understand how the endowment is run. And we've really never had a report on the endowment here because we've got a separate oversight process of the endowment. But I have a meeting with Michael Ice coming up in a few weeks, and we're gonna figure out how to really bring the entities closer. And I think that's an important step for the university and for this board. So with that, I'd like Mark to make a few comments and introduce himself, and we welcome you to this board.
Thank you. Well, thank you. Honored to be here. Thank you for the opportunity to serve the University of Rhode Island as the next Vice President of Advancement and Chief Executive Officer. It's humbling to come back home. It's been about 20-something years since I lived in the great state, but grew up in Western Cranston, parents of teachers from Providence. So education runs deep in my blood, and there's immense opportunity here at the University of Rhode Island. I've been here about 3 weeks. I've been just about everywhere with President Parlange and the executive committee. I've been attending a variety of events on campus to understand the stories of our students. The more we tell our story of what we're doing here at URI, I think the more opportunity we can generate revenue philanthropically, non-philanthropically, and bring in support. We're also the Research One designation is a big deal, having worked at two of the largest Research One institutions. I think what we're doing here is groundbreaking and leading the world in some of our research, and I think that is an ability for us to sell and elevate the institution in the state of Rhode Island. Really quickly, thank you to those who supported us during Giving Day earlier this week. I do bring gifts. We raised $1.29 million, combined with the Rhodey Athletic Challenge in the fall. We raised over $2.4 million, so we broke our records. What's more important to me is this week we had 2,800 unique donors, over 2,800 unique donors give. Half of those, over 1,400, were first time or reactivated. We need more people to contribute to the University of Rhode Island in any way they can. The more in the tent the better. You work on scale and you build that machine. And the coalition building is what I is hoping to do here through the alumni and through the state of Rhode Island. And I am also happy to announce that all of our challenges were met, and the average gift to the University of Rhode Island this week was over $300. So there is momentum. I'm here to continue that momentum, and I look forward to meeting with each of you over the course of the next couple of months. And thank you again for the opportunity.
Excellent. Thank you and welcome. Okay, the next topic I want to talk about is recent URI events. So I know almost every one of you attended something in the last several months because I either see you or I hear about you attending. But the thing that I thought for me that really stood out was URI Day. And a lot of you were at URI Day. It was tremendous. And it's the third year of doing it. It was Speaker Shikarchi's idea over lunch one day. He said, let's do this. And it came to fruition. But I will tell you this past year or this recent event, it was, I mean, you know, Rava was there, Jay, you can say what the energy felt like, but it was like the greatest pep rally I've ever been to. But not only that, the students, the information flow around the room. There were athletes there, there were coaches there. We had a huge turnout from URI. We also had a huge turnout from the state legislators. And that is a huge turn for the university. 3 years ago or 5 years ago, we never would have been able to do something like this. And so it's gained each year. And those relationships, I give credit around the table, Armin, Mark, all of you that have helped build those relationships, but that's why the energy felt so positive. So it was a really inspiring day. But I just wanted to say that a number of you do attend activities at URI, and it's really important when we show up. Yesterday, I went to two speakers. David was there. And not only is it good that our presence is there, but you learn a lot. I mean, we just an author talking about the language of climate change yesterday. It was really interesting. I mean, you don't get to access to things like that unless you're associated with a university typically. And so I think it's important that we do show up. I just want to ask Joe, I know Joe's probably one of our most consistent people that show up to events, but to make a couple comments on some of the things that you've attended.
So just a couple. One was I was very interested in the town meeting that was held at the end of March that the administration sponsored, and went to Edwards Hall. Full house, faculty and staff. I'm sure there were a few students sprinkled in. And it's a time of a lot of anxiety. We know a little more than we knew back then. And listening to the administration, it was moderated by a professor in political science, but it was very reassuring for people who needed to have reassurance, particularly around the values and the mission of the university. And at the same time, explaining it's going to be what it's going to be, and we're going to navigate through this to the best we can. And I couldn't have been more proud of the administration that we have and the reassurance they provided, and yet speaking with truth of there are challenges ahead and we'll see how we navigate through it. The other one that I attended was the Inclusive Awards, which the reason I went was because of this gal right here. Made me see the Lifetime Achievement Award, Margot. And I'm like, how the hell do you do that when you're only 39 years old? But we had an opportunity, Chris and I sat at the table with Jay and her sisters and your son. And it wasn't something that would have been high on my list, but to the extent that it exposed you to things. And they recognized inclusiveness for undergrads, for graduates, for faculty, for organizations. for a Lifetime Achievement Award.
Old people.
Yeah. It was done with purpose, with dignity. There was a slight break in it, and we watched it dance. We saw art sculpture. It was really, it took me out of my zone. I couldn't have been prouder. And so I would encourage you, look, I live 15 minutes away, so it's easy for me. But to the extent that you see that opportunity and you're like, I wonder if I'm going to take a pass on this, I encourage you, go ahead. You won't be disappointed. I think if it was an hour, and a good feed, you know. So those are just a couple.
Thank you, Joe. Well, Joe, you stole my thunder because that's my next topic was to talk about Jay. So exactly, but I appreciate that. And Joe's right. You know, you some of the things I often say, do I really want to? Then you go and you're like, wow, it's really impressive. Or you meet students that sometimes we don't get the chance to do at these board meetings, and that really always leaves me feeling really good about the work we're doing here. But so a couple board members I want to recognize. So on April 10th, as Joe said, Jay received the Inclusive Excellence Lifetime Achievement Award. And I just want to say a couple words about Jay because I know because it's just really, it's meaningful that we do these things as volunteers. And there's a lot of other things we could be doing, including our work or other board work or our just things in our personal life. But we do take the time to try to ensure that the university is in good hands and that our students are getting the best experiences they can. And Jay, the work that you do on diversity and inclusiveness and just being a presence in who you are and the thing that you've done in your career, it makes a difference in people's lives. And I think it's important for us to recognize that. And I think that you really stand out as both a board member, but just someone who makes a difference in the community. And I just want to recognize it. So Rave, I told you we're not going to get away from being recognized. Tom did a really good job of at the recent committee meeting talking about some of the things that you've accomplished and talk about she's nowhere near 39. She's done so much in her life. But Rave is coming to the end of her 2-year service at the board. And I've taken a deep breath when I read all the things that you do. So Rave is a 2027 Doctor of Pharmacy major. She's in the honors program. And she also plans to get an MBA during her time at URI, which is pretty phenomenal. She's an RA. She's an undergrad teaching assistant. She volunteers at the Rhodey Outpost. She's a campus tour guide. She's a URI 101 mentor. And she's a social media and logistics coordinator for the mentorship team. Like, that's a lot, right? I don't even know when you go to school. Within the College of Pharmacy, she's the secretary for Kappa Psi Beta Epsilon Pharmaceutical Fraternity. She's the VP for the American Pharmacists Association, and she's a RAM ambassador. She was appointed student rep for the Board of Trustees in April 2023. And what I will say is that you've been a really model participant in this board. You speak, you don't have to be a good board member to speak all the time, but when you do speak, it's meaningful. And I know you put a lot of thought into what you bring to this board, and I think you will carry that through your career. I see you as a leader and someone that isn't afraid to say what you think, and I think that is the most important thing you can do as a person in our society. So congratulations on 2 successful years, and we wish you the very best. And we also have Ryan Estes here, who is class 26, and he's going to be our new student on the board. And I would ask Mark to say a few words about his choice about Ryan. Ryan, where are you? Welcome, Ryan.
Ryan, do you want to come up here? So a little bit about Ryan. He is a double major, political science and public relations, and has a minor in journalism and another minor in leadership studies. And so some of you will remember a previous board meeting where the leadership studies program was presented by our Vice President for Student Affairs, Ellen Reynolds. A little bit about Ryan. He is really a champion of URI in so many different ways, but also he was really a leader for South Kingston 300 celebrations. So that was a very important connection with the University of Rhode Island and his leadership there. He led the parade in the pouring rain with the basketball team. That was just great. He's class of 2026. He also serves as an orientation leader. Our orientation leaders, as Dean Labuti will tell you, are knocking it out of the park. The way I actually got to know Ryan, first of all, was, and there's a theme here, but he was on the tennis club, the men's tennis team, and then decided he would partner up and get going on the pickleball team. And this pickleball team is incredibly competitive. They now have tryouts. It's an official recognized team. Ellen, I'm looking for your, yeah. 21st club sport. And the first collegiate pickleball game ever was the University of Rhode Island against Providence College. And it was a friendly game, and we and then we played them again that year and won. And then the next year we played them twice and won twice. And you know what's interesting now? They will only play us once a year, you know? And anyway, Ryan, you're doing a great job in the community. You give back. And I am just so delighted that the tradition, you know, is continued with the student representative, Reva. Thank you so much. And Ryan, welcome aboard. Yeah.
Okay, the last thing I want to do is I want to recognize that Dean Jen Riley has accepted, Dean Jen Riley is the Dean of the College of Arts and Sciences. She's accepted a role as Provost and EVP for Academic Affairs at University of New Hampshire. I'm on one hand not surprised because Jen is a really important leader on this campus. She was one of the voices in finding Mark on the search committee, and she's just been a really she's been someone that has really helped the university grow. And when you have people like that, you expect them to move on into bigger positions, and I think she's wanted to be a provost. And in many ways, the College of Arts and Sciences is a large college. In some ways, she's a mini provost in that role. And so again, I'm not surprised that she is looking to continue her career. We wish her the very best. She's done amazing things for this university, and will continue to be, we'll continue our friendship with Jen as she continues in her career. So with that, I will end my portion, and I will turn it over to Mark for a report of the president.
Okay, thank you so much. Our colleagues are going to, okay, very good. Yeah. So let me just begin by saying good morning, everyone. It's, as always, it's really good to see you. And I also want to thank all of you who come to all the events at the university. It really makes a difference to the community to see you there. And Joe, certainly your presence goes noticed. So thank you. April is a very busy month, and May is going to be busier, but we're ready. It's been in many ways a very special spring semester. So I will talk a little bit. I want to give a brief overview on community, what's happening a little bit at the state and at federal levels, and then as we always do, an update on progress on our strategic plan. So let's see if this will. Okay, here we go. So again, I appreciated the earlier comments about Senate President Ruggiero. That was he was very important to the University of Rhode Island, and as I said, his mark on the university will be affected in many and seen in many different ways going forward. I also want to acknowledge that Dean Jen Riley, who has served as the dean since 2017, is going as provost of the University of New Hampshire, and certainly under Jen's leadership, the reputation of the college has grown. She's been a champion in many, many ways for the faculty, for program growth and collaboration. And obviously, she was very instrumental in the now $100 million renewal of the Fine Arts Center. She is herself a respected scholar in English, and I've just appreciated her candor and friendship. More details in the coming weeks will come, obviously, from our provost, Barbara Wolf, about the next steps in the with the College of Arts and Sciences. So we wish Jen very well, and I know that the University of New Hampshire is lucky to get her, and we will remain friends. It's not that far, and we will play football against each other every year, and we'll see how that goes. I want to just very briefly touch on the both cells and library searches. You'll hear more from the provost, but the search for the new dean of cells is wrapping up, and I know that Barbara is hoping to announce the appointment shortly, and then the search for the new librarian is well advanced, and hopefully we'll also be hearing there. So more to follow. And then, of course, we have welcoming Mark Antonucci. So Mark, just very, very quickly, has been everywhere around the campus. I think it's really, he's integrated inside the University of Rhode Island in very important ways. And so we're thrilled to have you and your family here, Mark. It's Mark with a K, Mark with a C, so it's very easy to tell us apart. I'm just going to show a few pictures here. Again, very, very busy semester. This is just from the last few weeks. And so up on the top left is one photo from the Inclusive Excellence Awards. And Jay, it was really nice to be able to celebrate with you there and with our many students. I want to make a special thank you to our Vice President for Community Equity and Diversity, Markeisha Miner, who's doing a great job, and AVP Michelle Fonts. This is really, she's the leader of this particular event, and it's become quite important. There's a lot of activity. We had the growing biomechanics day. We had lots of high school students. We had just from the College of Health Sciences and from biomedical engineering, a lot of students and faculty and staff involved. So there was lots of things you could test on. We had the Terracani lecture in the top right. That's Walter Robinson, longtime editor for the Boston Globe, has won the Pulitzer Prize. And this was just a very interesting lecture. It's just an example that Margot had mentioned earlier, where he was talking about the freedom of the press. And so a lot of interest from faculty, staff, and students that was packed. On the lower left, we had employee service milestone event. This is our second annual event. There was really great energy, and I want to thank our Vice President Becky Hill, who led this with great enthusiasm. We even had colleagues that were, I think it was 50 years, and when you serve 50 years at URI, you get a very nice chair. So that was nice. In the bottom middle, and Bethany Jenkins, Vice President for Research, has been very active with making sure that our students remember that we are R1. Our research infuses into all our education programs. This was a poster session from the esteemed grant that Samantha Meinig, professor in chemical engineering, had won on a competitive basis. This is a second-year student that's presenting us very advanced biomedical research. And I will come to this. We are getting serious cuts to the research enterprise at the University of Rhode Island from the federal government. And it is quite frankly heartbreaking to see these, really enthusiastic, smart, hardworking students having opportunities taken from them. And to the faculty who had won these highly competitive grants. These grants, it's like 6 to 8% chance of winning them. So it's not obvious. And then on the bottom right, I just want to give a quick call out to basically the entire university. It's been led by AVP Dean Labudi, who's here. We changed the game in terms of student admissions this year. Dean was not afraid to try something totally different. We went all in on our welcome days the last 3 weeks. We did it in the Ryan Center. Somehow Dean does not control the weather, so it always seems to rain or snow on these days, but we are doing extremely well. And I just, across the board, the intensity of the volunteers, from the provost giving out literally 4,000 sunglasses with URI, to, everybody, all the colleges, all the deans, all the students, all the welcoming. And the impact is real. And we'll hear more about it. We have more than 2,700 students that have actually paid to join. You heard earlier the comments about the cliff. Well, we've been on the cliff for 8 years in the Northeast. It's not something that's coming. We've already been on the cliff, but we continue to see growth in applications. The University of Rhode Island is incredibly attractive. And if we look compared to 2 years ago, which was our best year, you'll remember last year was FAFSA debacle, but 2 years ago, we're about 350 plus over, and so more to follow. So I warm thanks to Dean and team for that. So lots going on, all good. And so as I mentioned, 28,000 plus applications, 1,000 more than the previous year. I want to just make a little comment about the Schilling Scholars. We got, last fall, we were able to celebrate the largest single gift ever to the University of Rhode Island. And so the Schilling Scholars, what a first year. Dean and team have recruited 25 new incoming scholars. They represent 12 states. They come from all over the country, including Rhode Island, Washington State. They're in 18 different STEM majors and 6 different academic colleges. So that's extremely important. Our Ryan Scholars, we are in year 6 of this amazing full ride scholarship program. And we're really pleased with 6 outstanding incoming scholars. It's students from Montana, Michigan, Oklahoma, Rhode Island, New York, and Massachusetts. That is going so well. And they really become just such great spokespersons, representatives of the University of Rhode Island. And then the Varecchia Scholars, we are also in year 6 of our business scholars. And we have an incredibly talented group, 5 incoming students, interesting, 2 from Pennsylvania, New Hampshire, Connecticut, and Massachusetts. And again, these are students that often join the tour guides, and they become very active in the life of the university, very active in research and so forth. So this is quite important. We talk about activity and participation of the Board of Trustees in the life of the university. Spring commencement is a very important long weekend for the University of Rhode Island. This is one of those occasions where we really come together to celebrate. I really want to thank all of you who are participating, certainly bringing greetings from the Board of Trustees. I know that Margot will be there on Friday and Saturday, and Sunday is to be worked out. We are inviting, of course, we really want the participation of all the faculty. They attend on the stage, they parade in with the students. Afterward, when we go out from the Ryan Center, what's very important is the meeting outside with parents and friends, and students love to introduce their families to and friends to their faculty. So we hope to see you all there. Please join. A little bit Margot, I appreciated really your comments about URI Day at the State House. This is a festival. This is something that the University of Rhode Island and Margot Arman, thanks for coming up for this very special occasion. But so many of you were there. I won't call out all of you. Some of you are in the photo. I was noticing, I think, Barb, you won the prize for the most stickers. Yeah, it's Abby's doing well too, Ellen, but it really, just the research, the clubs, the organizations, the student bodies, the education programs, and it really has an impact, and it has still had a real important buzz. We are Rhode Island's university, and it is important that we show to the group our state, what's going on. And so I hope to see all of you back there next year, and grateful that a number of you also officially got renewed on that day at the State House. So thank you all. Let's see, anyway, look forward. Joe mentioned the town hall at the end of March. This was an important moment to start to address some of the important issues facing URI. I'll just remind that it was one of the many important events that we've been having this spring to bring the community together, to really talk about the University of Rhode Island, to remind about our values, our principles, to remind about the importance of academic freedom at the research university for the state of Rhode Island. And thanks to Mark Hutchinson, professor in political science, for organizing the discussion. I will remind that we have a leadership team on federal actions that's led by our provost that has been monitoring the impacts of the federal government quite closely. I'll give some more details. I don't think it needs too much reminding to the Board of Trustees, but I will do it anyway. The research university in the United States, our research universities, they are perhaps the greatest thing that the United States brought the world. If you go internationally, everybody, I can speak for Switzerland, Canada, and Australia, they all want to imitate the US Research University. We've made this partnership since 1950 with the National Science Foundation. We have attracted outstanding students from the US and from around the world that have come here, that have become the new Americans, that have, if you look at our major leadership in companies, some of the most innovative and entrepreneurial small firms, big firms. If you look at the leadership on our faculty, including at the University of Rhode Island, they are international students that have come. And much of what the US has today, that is really good in terms of the knowledge economy in general, came from research universities. It's important to remember that the research that is done at these schools really helps form the new startups, incubate the new companies that come out. But quite frankly, it's just also the research and the march forward. And the United States has had really a leadership position in the world. We are retreating from that right now in a very fast and accelerated way. The damage to the US is going to be felt over the coming years. And just looking at some numbers, so far at the University of Rhode Island, we've had 44.4 million in total awards that have been terminated. Of that, 28.2 million had not been spent yet. So that was a real loss. Thanks to Bethany for the numbers. For example, our F&A loss was also 4.4 million. So that's very important. Facilities and administration to run research is a critical part. So just to give you some quick numbers, so far this year, we've had 162 million in awards. This is for, no, I have it wrong. This is for FY24. FY25, we're still obviously seeing. But I want to just give you some numbers because this question came up in the town hall. Abby answered it there. Our budget is it's a little over $1 billion in total. In federal research grants, you'll see it's about 132 million. And then in student financial aid, it's 110. So we're talking essentially about a quarter of our budget is really thanks to the support of, at the federal level. So this is really impactful. I will also mention,
Just break down for us, what's at risk right now? So it's 22 of the 44, which comes from that 132.
Yes, so from the 132 there, what's at risk is the 44.4 million that will be spread out over the last year and then the coming 3 years. So in reality, it's probably running something about $15 million a year currently. We typically find out on Friday nights at 4:30 what's the next. Do you want to speak to that point, Bethany?
Yeah, and I'll have some slides this afternoon when we give the committee report out from the Academic Affairs and Research Committee. But, the cadence it's been very strange. To Mark's point, we were meeting last Friday with our leadership team for federal actions, and my email starts exploding from our Office of Sponsored Projects with a list of NSF awards that had gotten cut. And so we're getting these cuts on Friday that these are, we actually made the decision last week, since these are direct impacts to personnel, do we let people know on a Friday afternoon, or do we let them know Monday morning when they've got HR and everybody in the office to support them with some of these, some of these awards are directly supporting salaries of early career postdocs, for example. It's their only source of salary and their affiliation with the university. So these cuts have been deep, they've been hard, and they've been kind of coming in waves as the DOGE work has moved through agencies. So we saw it start with the NIH portfolio, and now they're kind of moved over into looking and scrutinizing what's going on with the NSF portfolio. And they're still under the federal government has kind of told people that they were undergoing this review period, and that is still an open period. So we don't think we've heard the last. And they've come from, and I'll show a slide, and I don't want to belabor this point too long, but Department of Homeland Security cut their centers of excellence. So things like port security, hurricane prediction, those are some of the awards getting cut. It's kind of cutting across a lot of unexpected swaths. We had a DoD award get cut on troop prediction using environmental DNA methods. And we think it might have been the word environmental that might have flagged it. But this is, following submarine tracking using DNA from humans to figure out if there's been an enemy submarine in waters, right? This is the kind of work. It's just very hard to predict and hurting these awards. I think Mark said a really, really important point earlier, and that's these awards are funded at rates of 6% nationally. So those awards we have at URI, this is us and our faculty knocking it out of the park to get those awards.
Hey, Bethany, what's the hit on the university from the move on indirects from 25 to 15%?
Yeah, thanks, Tom. We're doing some financial modeling around that right now. We're still using our negotiated rate of 57.5, which is the full federal rate that we go through a very, very lengthy process to negotiate based on real costs. And we're using that rate because there's been a series of legal actions that have been restraining this 15% rate. And so those kind of F&A or indirect rate caps are still being legislated in the courts.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, so what we intended to show here was just the diversity of sources. Initially, it was the NIH in particular that was getting focused. The NSF started last week. The director of the NSF actually stepped down yesterday. There's obviously a lot of disruption, as Bethany outlined, in terms of Rhode Island's workforce. Obviously, this impacts our students in very real ways. So the support for students for summer work as undergraduates or for their stipends for their master's and PhD is real, and again, thank you for the day of giving. That was a big part of the kind of support that we hope to be able to give to some of our students. So I'll just also maybe just make just a couple more comments. We're doing important research. Our research is actually in many ways, for example, through the Ryan Institute, groundbreaking on research on Alzheimer's, on ALS, mental health, and more. We are doing important work, as Bethany said, also in the blue economy. The fact that sea level in Rhode Island continues 4 millimeters a year to rise, and we have compression of the soil of about 1 millimeter each year. And as we have these storms continuing to come and hit the coastline, there's some 7,000 plus properties at threat in Rhode Island. So a lot of the work that's going on at URI does impact decision making. I'm going to finish just very quickly to talk about KPIs around priority one, which was really our commitment to both to the state of Rhode Island and to our land grant, sea grant mission, and our commitment to research. And so we have, as you know, very ambitious goals in our strategic plan, and this is our chance to report on this last KPI. So the first was actually concerning research expenditure. What you see there are 3 years research expenditure averages. You'll see the 117 linked to FY21. So everything is in that I'll be showing is in 2020 dollars. And you'll see that we're heading in the right direction. And our goal in 10 years was to double our research portfolio. The other is the percentage of our journal publications that ranked in the top 10% of their field. And obviously, we would like more than 10% of our publications to be in the top 10% of their field. And we're right, you can see just that about 10%. And we have an incredibly ambitious goal to get to 12%. I don't know how I agreed to that one, but maybe put 11. But anyway, here goes. So here's how the research expenditure has adjusted in 2020 dollars. John Stringer, thank you for helping provide these data. And you can see it's heading in the right direction. Obviously, this year, you've all heard just now in real dollars, we're having an impact. So next year's curve is going to be headed probably in the wrong direction, despite our faculty this year submitting more grants than we've ever seen before. So this is the proportion of our publications in the top 10%. If I look at, basically the last 10 years, it's headed in overall in the right direction. And I think more than anything, what's important about this KPI is just we emphasize the importance of publishing in really the top quality journals in one's field, and the impact, the visibility, and the reputation for the University of Rhode Island actually comes out in these publications. There's actually one more classification that just came out 2 days ago. I don't know how many of you saw this, but the Carnegie classification is launching this year a new attempt to look at student access and earnings to complement the existing framework. So this came out 2 days ago. It really measures student success and looks at institutional improvement. The most important thing is really it recognizes colleges that improve access for low income and students, and it tracks whether graduates earn competitive wages relative to their region. So they have a number of where you want to be is in the top right, where you are classified as higher access and higher earnings. And I'll just show you access is measured about on students that are on Pell Grant, and it also looks at underrepresented groups. And then the earnings is based on what's the college scorecard of earnings compared to people in the area ages 22 to 40 years old who have a high school diploma or higher. And so I hope you can, we picked here a number of schools that are our partners. So University of Rhode Island's a little bit darker up there. In the top left, you'll see we're in that quadrant with the University of Connecticut and the University of Delaware. It would be nice to be moving toward the top right, so improving our position about access. I do want to make a comment, of course, on the below us there, you'll see UMass, UVM, New Hampshire, Maine, and Rutgers. So similar kinds of state schools, but University of Rhode Island, as we know, is holding its own. That's also very much reflected in the Wall Street Journal ranking. So that's why we ended up, it really looks at our graduates, the Wall Street Journal ranking. I hadn't mentioned that yet today. We're number 1 in New England on the Wall Street Journal ranking. But you know, one of the things that I am reminded, and we will talk about this, I'm sure more, is it is so important that all Rhode Islanders have the opportunity to go to the University of Rhode Island, and that access to the University of Rhode Island is there. And you'll see our 2 other public schools, Rhode Island College and the Community College of Rhode Island, are doing better on the access to the right. The governor talks often about he wants to see the income of Rhode Islanders improve. That happens when you clearly go to the University of Rhode Island, but we have to improve access. And so hope and scholarship, hope and promise that went to both Rhode Island College and CCRI, we need to have that access. And it should be given to students in Rhode Island coming out of high school, and they should have a choice. I'm not saying, you know, don't give it to them, give it to us. Give students a choice. And so that's really the message. And I'll stop there just to thank you. It has been a great year and a busy semester. This is a happy new family that's signing on to join the University of Rhode Island. And I'm sure we'll be hearing more detailed numbers from Barb and Dean. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions, comments, reflections? Okay. Okay, so the next, before we go into executive session, where we actually will talk a little bit more in depth about a lot of the things that the president just talked about, I want to call on Tom Ryan to do the report on Student Life and Athletics Committee. Tom has a hard stop at 11, so I just want to make sure we get that report done before we go to executive session. So Tom?
Thanks, Margot. Before I start, I just want to welcome Mark Antonucci to the foundation, and I look forward to meeting you in May at graduation. And then the other thing is, I know Dean's in the room. I just want to recognize Dean for the work he's done on these scholar programs. There's a lot of work to interview these students and parse through all the applications, and he and his team have done a fantastic job. I'd recommend, Dean, if Margot's okay and Mark's okay with it, to send some of these scholar reports out to the board to see this type of students that we're getting and the work that they're accomplishing. So I think you'd be proud of it. Okay, the Student Life and Athletics Committee met on April 15th. We had an overview from Thor, our athletic director, on fall and winter sports, as well as a facility update. Ellen Reynolds, our VP of Student Affairs, provided us an overview on capital improvements as well as student success. I've asked, Thor couldn't be here today. He has some family issues to take care of. So I've asked Brittany Miles and Casey Light. Brittany is Associate AD of Internal Ops, and Casey Light is Associate AD on Compliance Officer. I've asked them to give just a brief overview of the presentation, and then also Ellen Reynolds will give us a brief overview of the student affairs presentation. So I don't know who's going first. I'm not there. Is Brittany or Casey?
They're coming up.
Oh, okay. Casey will give us a little update on the recent judge's ruling on NIL, which is interesting as that continues to evolve.
Save that for second.
Okay. Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for having us. Brittany Miles, filling in for Thor here. as Tom said. So just a couple of highlights from the presentation that Thor presented a few weeks ago. We were really proud academically for our student athletes to finish the fall semester with the highest term GPA at a 3.26 that we've ever had in a fall semester. That was after our highest spring GPA of a 3.25. So hoping for the 3.27 this spring with a few more weeks to go. We had 53.3% of our student athletes on the Dean's List this fall. That was also breaking their own record from the previous fall. So really proud of our student athletes in the classroom. They study across 87 majors and are just terrific leaders academically here as well. Had some great success on the fields and the courts and the tracks. As hopefully many of you know, we won our first CAA football championship. We were 11-3 with the most wins in program history. What Coach Fleming has done with the team over his tenure here has been remarkable, and that was really a very fun thing for the university and to be a part of. Our women's track and field team won their first ever New England championship this winter. Our men's track and field team continues their annual success in winning pretty much every event they can, which is impressive.
And as Tom has pointed out, we don't even have a track. Imagine what we do with a track.
That's right. Wait till they get the track. It's hard to.
Maybe we should get rid of the basketball court. Just kidding. Just kidding.
And although this was a highlight of the fall and spring or fall and winter sports, I would be remiss to take a minute to highlight our spring sports who are doing excellent. Our tennis team is in the quarterfinals of the A10 championship right now as we speak. They were a 4 seed, which is the highest seed they've achieved in a very long time. Our women's lacrosse team is in their inaugural NCAA season. They sit 8-7 with a chance to earn an opportunity to go to the A10 championship if they win the game tomorrow. With the weather and the pouring rain, if you're looking for an activity, we welcome you to come join us to cheer them on. It's a big game, and our head coach in that program has done a great job in their first year. And our baseball team sits in first place in the conference right now as they kind of enter the final few weeks here. So a lot of excitement going on in athletics. Of course, the other big item mentioned in Thor's presentation was our renderings for our new football stadium, our East stands. We're really excited about breaking ground after this current fall football season and look forward to that upgrade. Our baseball improvement plan, the field portion is done, and that will continue to grow. And then our track and field, as we just mentioned, the outdoor track and field will hope to be started this summer, breaking ground. So lots of great positive momentum and happy to be here to share a few highlights. I'll pass it to Casey on the very exciting stuff.
So yes, while it is an exciting time for us here at URI, it's also kind of an unprecedented time in NCAA athletics overall, with kind of this House settlement in progress and what could be like one of the most historic changes in the NCAA landscape. So it was actually, I guess, Wednesday night. This NCAA went back to Judge Wilkin, who's kind of overseeing the settlement. And she basically said she's not going to approve this unless the NCAA doesn't come up with some plan to grandfather in this roster limit concept. So kind of backtrack though, just a little about the House settlement. If approved, this would allow schools to provide direct NIL benefits to student athletes. But yes, because now we're in this 14-day waiting period again for the NCAA to come up with some plan for these other roster limits. There's still just a lot of unknowns that we're tracking on and waiting on. So. Any questions?
Can you explain the scholarship?
Sure. So
yeah.
Kind of part of the settlement, what this does, it removes what we have currently had as scholarship limits across our teams and replaces it with now instead of roster limits. So on a team like men's basketball, previously they had a scholarship limit of 13 full scholarships. They now have a roster limit of 15, and scholarships could be distributed anyway among those 15 individuals.
So that's the issue. Because schools opt in for that. I guess the judge is saying it's unfair for some of the students that already have scholarships that might not receive it because the individual school opted in, and when you opt in, you're you're capped on the number. So I guess that's a challenge that has to be
Yeah,
worked.
so the kind of Olympic sports are the ones seeing the biggest fall with this, track, swimming, certain walk-ons on football, for example. The NCAA, why they came back, not changing the roster limits was because in their stance, roster spots have never been guaranteed. Only scholarships have been guaranteed. But because of kind of the appeals and the number of students that, spoke up to Judge Wilkin, she's pretty hard and set on not approving the settlement unless the roster limit piece is changed.
So what's our position and what are the implications to us?
Sure. So yes, URI has officially said we are going to opt in, mostly because the benefit it provides us with providing direct NIL benefits to our student athletes. If the roster limits move forward, that means some of our roster sizes do change. And there's opportunity to award scholarships a little differently as well than we are currently.
Mm-hmm.
And some schools, Margot, didn't opt in because some of the smaller schools, because it would have reduced their admissions. And so it was obviously a financial issue. But just to give you some perspective, as schools are able to contribute, the Big East a few years ago, their collectives were 3 to 4 million. Now they're going to be 6 to 8. I mean, this varies by school, but just directionally. The ACC and Big Ten a few years ago, they were 5 to 6 million a team. Now they're going to be 10 to 12 million. This is just basketball.
Yeah.
This is not, Ohio State's going to do 21 million just in football. And then the Atlantic 10, we were 1 to 3 and now schools are 2 to 5. I sat with someone from St. Joe's last night and they're almost $3 million, St. Joe's. So VCU is probably 6. So that's the landscape we're looking at, and especially with schools that don't really have football and they focus on basketball. Anyway, that's more to come on that. Okay, Ellen? Thank you.
Morning. Thank you. So I'm happy to provide a high-level update from the presentation that I provided to the SLA committee earlier in the month. I'll begin by just saying we started looking at capital projects that are being planned for this summer across the Division of Student Affairs and the positive impact that it will have on our students and the community at large. The first, of course, being the new university housing project, which we hope will add over 1,100 new beds to campus, 914 undergrads, and about 200 graduate beds. We are working right now and currently under development with Gilbane Development and hoping that some of those beds, 500 plus, will come online in fall of 2027 and the remaining in fall of 2028. And this project is significant in so many ways. Particularly one is that it will help us eliminate triples. And as you heard the good work that's being done by Dr. Labuti and his team, triples continue to be a challenge in recruiting new students to campus. And other peer institutions are not having the same problem because of the enrollment issue we talked about. But at the University of Rhode Island, we are. So it's really important that we're able to advance this new housing. And additionally, we'll offer our juniors and seniors who want to live on campus the ability to have desirable housing options on campus. Moving along in the capital improvement plan, our health services will be completing a phase 3 renovation project, which will improve the interior of that building. Really new flooring, fresh paint, reception, waiting area space. It is still a 1950s building. It does not fix HVAC. It does not fix other major roof and other major issues that we have. So we're happy that that project remains. The new integrated health and counseling center remains on the capital improvement plan. And we hope to begin and move forward with the design again once we get the housing project advanced. Additionally, we will be replacing the roof on the Tutel Aquatic Center this summer. So we will be closing the pool on or around May 9th for the summer with a reopen in fall of 2025. And additionally, while that area is closed, we'll do other modifications, some accessibility issues on the pool deck and filtration system work. So that's exciting. Our dining services has several renovations project planned. One starting this summer will be in the Ramsden, located in the Memorial Union. That's a food court eatery that students, faculty, and staff frequently visit and very well utilized. And so we hope when people come back, they'll see an updated look with new finishes, flooring, lighting, and some fire protection system. Additionally, we are adding a video wall to the Memorial Union Ramsden space, which will allow us to host movie nights and trivia nights and sporting events during like NFL during the fall season. It will also allow us to put on in use a larger space for large student organizations. Right now, we are really challenged with our larger student organizations having access to space in the evening. And this project will allow the back of the house to be sectioned off and potentially reuse that space for our students in the evening. So that's exciting as well. Many of you may have heard of our student organization, the radio station WRIU. They had their tower go down several years ago during a tropical storm, and we're happy to say that based on the age of the old tower and the damage, it has been demolished, and a new tower is being erected this summer with a goal of being functioning in the fall. And that's exciting for our listeners, certainly, to get back online. We have listeners traditionally when that tower is operating from Massachusetts down to Long Island Sound. So we're excited to get that back online. Our talent development program is reaching a major milestone, which many of you have heard of. We'll reach 5,000 graduates next month. And so we're excited to celebrate that, and we have been celebrating that. Next month, before commencement, the weekend before commencement, we'll celebrate our TD graduates with their families, and we've invited alums to join us at a graduation breakfast. April has been a busy month, welcoming new students, but we also spent time celebrating those students, our students and their accomplishments, not only throughout this year, but throughout their time at URI. And one of our really signature programs is the A. Robert Rainbow Leadership Award, which recognizes student leaders across 4 different areas. So student leadership, student employee excellence, servant leadership, and team excellence. And this year, the Student Leadership Award was renamed as the Maureen McDermott Student Leadership Award in honor of the former director of the Memorial Union, Maureen McDermott, who passed away in November. And so our student spotlight was that student who received that award at the event. And it was Mackenzie Fitzgerald, who is just an outstanding student leader here at the University of Rhode Island. She is from New Jersey, double major in political science and psychology. And she told us about why choosing URI for her college journey was the best decision she could have made. She's a highly engaged student. She's a member of Kappa Delta sorority, the Center of Student Leadership Development, Diversity Dialogues, and the Student Affairs Student Advisory Committee, just to list a few of her involvements. And the night before last, we celebrated our Greek scholarship and awards banquet, and she received a prestigious scholarship from the Order of Omega, which was really exciting as well. And at this very moment, she is assembling with 30 of her fellow seniors at the Memorial Union to board a bus to head to Maine for their senior expedition, which involves donning on a wetsuit, which is a challenge, and whitewater rafting down a river in Maine. The water is cold, by the way, and they're really excited about that. It is actually one of the hardest rivers to whitewater raft without being an expert. So it's, I wait for the text to say everybody made it down okay and nobody ended up in the water. We have had a few swimmers, so I will tell you over the years. We also had the opportunity to celebrate Reba and her amazing accomplishments across the university, but how she represents the student body on this board for the last 2 years. And it was a nice opportunity, and we're really excited about Ryan stepping in June. So it's been a busy year, a busy spring, but telling these important stories, and these are just a few of them. We have thousands of students to celebrate, as you all know, but really showcasing this again for our newly admitted students, accepted students, so that they see URI as a place where they want to join the Rhodey family and become part of our community. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thanks, Ellen. Yeah, it was great to hear from Mackenzie. I know Margot and Mark, we've talked about this to make sure we get students in front of the board. It always keeps us grounded on why we're here. But, you know, she was thrilled about URI, obviously, and enthusiastic, but we asked her what recommendations or things that we could do better. And 2 things that come up and have continued to come up are housing, the triple issue, and then this sense of community, to quote unquote third place, where's a place to hang out, right? And I know we're working on that in the North Road, and I guess Abby will have an update on that, but we can't go fast enough on that. That's an area. Our academics are outstanding, our athletic facilities we're working on, but we need a sense of community for these students to gather. And, there's nothing. I mean, 15 years ago, it was the same thing at stores. And now you go down there and you can see a whole change. So we want to keep students on campus, and I know we're working on it, but that's an important issue. I just make sure we keep in front of us. We also voted to recommend the board approve amendments to the committee's calendar that's listed in 10B of the omnibus vote. And that's my presentation, Margot.
Great. Thank you, Tom. Couldn't agree with you more on the third place comment. I know Mike's actually going to talk about that. Abby will too. And it's, the good news is it is moving along, and I think we're going to be thrilled with the outcome of that. Okay. I'm going to take us into executive session. It is the longest motion I've ever seen, so get comfortable. And when we go into executive session, we can, well, I'll talk about it then. Okay, so I may have a motion that the board convene into executive session pursuant to RIGL 42465A7 for a discussion regarding a matter related to the question of the investment of public funds, which includes any investment plan or matter related thereto, where the premature disclosure would adversely affect the public interest, specifically research support partner organizations. RIGL 42465A2 for discussion regarding potential litigation, RIGL 42465A7 for matters related to the question of the investment of public funds where the premature disclosure would adversely affect the public interest. RIGL 42465A5 for discussions or considerations related to the acquisition or lease of real property for public purposes or the disposition of publicly held property where in advance public information would be detrimental to the public interest, specifically update on new university housing P3, use of W. Jones campus, and development of property on or around campus. RIGL 42465A7, discussion relates to the question of the investment of public funds, which is specifically an update on Series 2018A and 2018B bonds and the audit of those bonds. RIGL 42465A2 is a discussion of collective bargaining with all bargaining units, PSA, URI, which is Professional Staff Association, Professional Technical Administration Association, part-time faculty, American Association of University Professors, URI Graduate Assistants United, Maritime Professional Association, URI Physicians Association, and Educational Support Professionals. That's the motion.
Monica Garn, so.
Thank you, Monica.
A second, Tom Ryan.
Thanks, Tom. Any discussion? There being no discussion, as for a voice vote, all in favor, please say yes.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, the motion carries. We now convene into executive session, which will last about 90 minutes, after which we will convene into open session. The live stream will be paused during executive session and will resume once it is ended, and the board reconvenes into open session. For all those participating via WebEx, please confirm by saying yes that no other person is present and are able to hear the executive session discussion at the remote location.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. If you do not automatically move into the breakout session during the session when prompted on your computer screen by clicking on the Join Now button. So if we want to take, let's take a very quick break and then we'll come back and get into executive session. Thank you. Okay, the first order of business in open session is a motion to seal the executive session minutes. May I have a motion?
Dr. Joseph Madden.
Thank you, Jay and Joe. Discussion, may I ask for a voice vote? All in favor, please say yes. Abstentions?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, we're gonna, move the order just a little bit. Oh, actually, no, Mike, you are first anyway. Mike has to catch a flight. So let's to, the ad hoc real estate, committee. A lot of that we covered, previously, but Mike, if you just want to give a quick summary.
Abby before. We also had a presentation by the Sasaki, which you remember is doing a comprehensive, master plan of the university, looking at everything, and that's in process, so we look forward to sharing that with you when it's done. That's gonna look at short and long-term planning. It's gonna try to tie back to the strategic plans, to look at how we're using the buildings, what buildings are in good shape, what buildings are not in good shape, where we should invest money, where we need stuff. So it's gonna be a kind of a guiding plan for the next 10 years, and obviously as a resource, it'll be great. So it's also gonna have cost estimates. Brian, I don't know where they are, they look at, again, each building and what can be done with it. One of the things on that early on, as you know, was housing, because we knew all the housing was A1, 2, 3 a priority, and we're close to where we're gonna start building, as Abby said, hopefully start building in August or September, right, Abby? Hopefully after the summer.
Oh, yeah, September.
Right, so once they go through, we want to share that with the board, as soon as that's done and take you through it. And, I think we'll have a draft plan of that, maybe look at your approval in September for what that plan's gonna say, and again, it'll really address the housing question. And we got two of that, and it also, it's gonna address the place question that Tom Ryan mentioned and Margot did, which is like, how can we create that? That's a place. Well, as Abby said, we're out for an RFP on that, so we're not waiting for the report, we're kind of moving everything along in parallel. And how we fund these, and, what we kind of change after you guys can give us your input. And, so that's really important. Things like buying the Lower College Road thing is important. That's right in the front door of university. So that happened, as Abby said. So the big focus, I think, is on the master plan, the housing, and I would say the place, the sense of community that we're trying to develop. Those are the three major things that we're tackling right now. You have anything else, Abby? That's my quick summary.
Good, and I appreciate the work you're doing on this, Mike, and the committee. It's one of the most exciting things we're working on. It's going to really change the university. Okay, let's go to the governance committee report, and Vice Chair Jay Placencia is going to provide the report.
Very good. I'll make it quick. On April 15th, the governance committee met, and we didn't have anything to approve, but we discussed a number of items. The very first was around board communication, and just quickly just want to express that many board members expressed a desire for increased and more prompt communication around things happening at URI. We are exploring that, and we just want you to know that we hear you, and we are working on that. And as you can probably see, we're getting a lot more emails from the university leadership around things happening with the university. The other item we discussed was Board of Trustees appointments, and I am happy to report that on the first, URI Day was an exciting day, as Margot mentioned, but many of us were renewed, so you're stuck with us for another 3 years. But Maria Ducharme, Neil Kerwin, Matt Lenz, Robbie Luna, David Marano, myself, were all renewed, and Maria, Matt, and I appeared before the committee, and we just wanted to publicly thank Courtney for being there as our character witness. She did a really great job, just saying all these great things about us. And I wanted to thank Senator Gallo and the under oath, exactly right. And Senator Galvin and the Education Committee just wanted to say thank you because they were very complimentary of the work that we've done and of the individual board members. There was also, we discussed the student trustee appointee. As you all heard, Reva is leaving us and she's finishing her second term in June. We're looking forward to working now with Ryan. And I wanted to go through some of Reva's background, but it's long and it's beautiful. And we know that you have a huge future ahead. And don't forget about URI when you're making your millions and you want to bring them back to us. As you heard, we need it. The next item we discussed was the board retreat. And we've got a really great agenda planned for the board June 27th. In the morning, we'll have some board business. We're going to have a nice, fun event for noon. In the afternoon, we're going to have a speaker. I don't know if you remember Mike Ledford. He came before us a couple of years ago and spoke to the future of higher ed. We are dying to hear what he's got to say. The day before the retreat, we're planning on having a dinner and some other events and maybe a tour. And perhaps, as we talked about earlier, maybe we should go see Alton Jones. We're not sure. The other item that we discussed was the self-assessment responses. And I'd say that most board members completed it, not every single one. I would personally like to encourage that every single board member please respond to the self-assessment. It's the only way that we get better. But there were many themes that were discussed that were sort of salient around the self-assessment. And I will share a couple that I think are interesting. Let's see here. A few of the things that the responses came back with was one of the most stimulating things about being on the board is the leadership of Margot and Mark, which I thought was
Now we're in big trouble.
The in-person meetings are really great and candid conversations. Some of the opportunities that were sort of highlighted were the continued to encourage the culture of curiosity and opportunities for the board members to connect outside of the board meeting and more engagement with students, staff, and faculty. And I think that, as you can see, we are already receiving invitations to events to, in essence, be closer to the staff and the faculty and the students in particular. And the report should be out there for the board to review. The next item that we discussed were board goals and KPIs. And I guess the only thing that I would mention here around that piece is, and we're looking at consolidating and making things a little bit more efficient there, but it was loud and clear that we want to be with the university, that we want to be on campus and with the students. And what I would ask each of you is, we know that you're asked to be and to attend various events. And when you do attend an event, please let Michelle know, because she is sort of the keeper of the calendar, and she can now then report how engaged we as a board are with the university itself. Let's see, we talked about highlights for board accomplishments, and Michelle also keeps track of those. And as I'm not sure if everybody is aware, but between with Margot and Michelle, they sort of keep track of our accomplishments and report out to the governor on an annual basis what types of things we've done over the year. Just sort of keep communication open. And the last piece that I will mention is that today is the last day to submit your Rhode Island ethics report. If you haven't done so, please make sure that you do it today. Otherwise, Michelle will go after you. And the final piece that we did was we reviewed the charter and the calendar, and no changes were recommended. So no action there. And that is my report.
Great. Thank you. And I think an important part of the June meeting is a discussion around the self-assessment of the board. And as Jay talked about, having a good fulsome discussion around what do we do well, what can we do better, and having an honest appraisal. I think many of us have been doing this for 5 years, and it's easy for us to get complacent. So I think bring your ideas to that, because I'm looking forward to that discussion. Thank you, Jay. Okay, Academic Affairs and Research Committee, I'll turn to Neil. Thank you, Neil.
Thanks, Marco. Academic Affairs and Research Committee met on April 16. We actually considered two action items that are part of the omnibus vote later today. You'll find them as items 10C and 10D. Both relate to commencement. One is the general authorization to grant all degrees and certificates. And the second was a grant of a posthumous degree to honor one of our students who passed. We also considered both charter and calendar that we do every April meeting. We recommend no changes in either. Finally, we had extensive reports from our provost and our chief research officer. Many of the items that we discussed, as you could imagine, were covered in executive session. But I'll ask that the provost and then our chief research officer cover items in their reports that were not considered previously. So, Barb?
Yes, great, thank you. So just briefly, we also touched upon searches that are underway. This includes the university librarian and the dean of the College of Environment and Life Sciences, and we hope to have some announcements forthcoming soon and have people on board for the start of the fall semester. We also covered the feasibility study for the possible URI medical school. And as you are aware, Tripp Umbach is the firm that's undertaking that study. And they have met with a number of key stakeholders. And as part of their update, they did identify attributes of URI that they saw as supporting a potential College of Medicine, including our existing healthcare disciplines, our R1 status, and the university's existing relationships with healthcare stakeholders throughout the state. And they detailed opportunities as well as looking at specifically the opportunities related to workforce development and retention, economic growth, improved healthcare access with a focus on primary care, and the potential philanthropic and public funding to support a medical school. So they're continuing to do their study, and I'm sure we will have more for you for the final report in June. We also looked at an update on enrollment. And again, we have record number of applications this year, which we are very excited about. We do know that May 1st is a very important date for us. Today, we have over 2,700 deposits. So that's very, very good because that's up more than 350 from 2 years ago. We're looking at 2 years ago because last year there was a bit of a FAFSA debacle, so those aren't necessarily the right numbers to compare, but so we went back to 2 years and we're doing well. So that is good. We also reviewed the KPIs for strategic priority 2, retention rates and graduation rates, as well as the equity gap between Pell and non-Pell students. I will note that related to the graduation rates, we're very pleased that we are currently at 73.2. We know we have more to go. We want to hit 80, but that's up from 66, 67%. So that's a great move in the right direction. And then lastly, we're also looking at degree conferrals, and there too, we're certainly up in terms of undergraduate degree conferrals. We're inclining up on masters, and we're really paying attention to PhD, also particularly given the current landscape of the federal funding that goes along with graduate students. I will let you know that we do have on the horizon new graduate programs that will be starting this fall, and that includes the Masters in Public Health and an online doctorate in nursing practice. I'll stop there.
Thank you, Barb. Ask my colleagues on the board if they have any questions for Barbara. Okay, if not, Bethany?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Kerwin. I do have a few slides. We covered a lot of ground with what's going on in executive session. We can advance to the second slide, please. Just a couple staffing updates. Just want to recognize Mark and the board's support for investing in the Division of Research and powering the University of the Future. If we hadn't done that, we would have been even more challenged as we're adapting to the new challenges under this current administration, federal administration. So I will say we've got an amazing team and they've been supportive of faculty and working really hard with a researcher focused touch as we're communicating with our community about these terminations and that, you know, the staffing is greatly appreciated. We have two key positions that we were able to fill. The last time I introduced you to Dr. Amy Carroll, she was interim. She's been through a national search, hired as our AVP of Research Initiatives and Development. She is helping our campus be positioned for any new opportunities that come up. So this is a really forward-looking investment. She also has a substantial government relations background, to the points raised earlier today, that she can be working very closely with Lauren, really closely with our colleagues at Lewisburg to do what she can to help our community. And she's already submitted some really large proposals on behalf of the university to both the state of Rhode Island and to the National Science Foundation. We've also hired a new director of research integrity. This is the compliance part of our shop that keeps us on the up and up. This is really important. Human subjects, animal care falls under Dr. Heather McClary's leadership. So we are fully staffed, and I'm grateful that we were able to enter January, you know, well-staffed and positioned to help our university. Next slide. We talked a bit about award terminations earlier, and I'm just showing this graph that's on the y-axis. It's a little hard to see. It's the agency on the y-axis. You can see the large bar from the USAID awards that were cut. 44 million total, 18 awards. We did get 2 more from NSF today. It's Friday. So this was current as of last Friday. You can see the numbers of awards by agency. So USAID, Department of Homeland Security, NIH, NSF, DOD, and the National Endowment for the Humanities. So that's what we're seeing in terms of the federal landscape and the award portfolio that's been terminated. Next slide. So the other point I wanted to make on this slide is that we've had no new NIH awards since January, and you'll see data on the next slide showing why that's concerning.
Has anybody?
I don't know, not that I'm hearing. So they've really slowed down monies, and this is not for lack of trying. So this is our bar chart over time. We've got year on the X axis here, and you can see the dark blue bar is FY25. We're not done with FY25, but our faculty and research community continue to submit grants at a really high pace. So they are trying, the grants are in the system, and, you know, the slowdowns will be impacting these awards. So we've had over 600 awards go out this year to date. So people are trying really hard to get funding for their research. We are trying very hard to keep the spirits of our community high and that entrepreneurial spirit up. And so again, thinking about ways looking into the fall to your point, Margot, earlier, doing things differently and helping our community. But man, our faculty trying and hitting the gas pedal. Next slide. And, you know, just to finish, this is my last slide. What does research do at an R1 research university? It provides awesome opportunities. It also is leveraging other private investments. So I'm driving that point home here with this student on the left. She is an IMP, International Interdisciplinary Neuroscience Program PhD student working in the lab of Ryan investigator Marin Manuel, who has Ryan funding, but also R01 funding. This is the kind of investment that we see, this investment from some of the Ryan gift, and then that positions these early career investigators to go after these large, prestigious NIH grants. So these are not grants that have been terminated, but it's just to illustrate the power of some of this funding. And so This young woman is looking at nerve firing and locomotive movement using the latest neuroscience techniques, and was very proud to present her poster at the College of Health Sciences Research Day. And then the kind of story about what is the university and our public research institution mean, what I'm showing on the right is a team of students that went to junior high together in Lincoln, Rhode Island. They came as a team to the University of Rhode Island. They're studying different things. They've worked together on a research project together that they published as undergraduates in a peer-reviewed journal. And one of them is going to Brown for medical school next year. One is going to Columbia in like tech finance, and he was really excited. And the other one is taking a gap year to either become a licensed physical therapist or a nurse practitioner. This is the story of what the University of Rhode Island and our research provide for students. They are flanked on each side by their faculty mentors that meet with them every week, one of whom is in the College of Engineering, the other is in the College of Health Science, who also chairs our IRB. These are also just faculty working with these undergraduates, making incredibly high impact. So we're so proud of this work, and just wanted to just show that it's not just an ivory tower research going on with PhD scientists. This is touching the lives of our undergraduate students. And this is what I want to fight to maintain is the ability of our undergraduates to have this experience at URI, but it's underwritten currently by our federal funding. So I'll leave you with that.
Thank you, Bethany. Any questions for Bethany? It's really important to put human faces on the impact of what some of these cuts have done. I also want to take this opportunity to really commend Mark and Barbara and Bethany for the intensity of their reaction to these federal changes. The degree of organization and the extent to which the entire campus community and their partners in non-academic affairs offices are pulling together to deal with really extraordinary situations is commendable. And I see other institutions across the United States that are not responding either with the organization and the speed. So we as a board are fortunate to have the management team in place that we have. Any other questions, or anyone who would want to move one of the consent items from the omnibus vote? If not, back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I appreciate your comments, Neil. It's a difficult environment, and I know it all boils down to personal experiences, and you guys are doing a great job. Okay, let's go to Finance and Facilities, and Vice Chair Armin Sabatoni is going to provide the report.
The Finance and Facility Committee met on April 17th, and we were given a briefing from Vice President for Administration and Finance, Abby Benson, along with the Director of Planning and Real Estate, Ryan Carrillo, regarding the Capital Improvement Plan, the CIP for 2027 through 2031, along with the status of the RICAP money during that particular time, and also the projection for the current fiscal year. Abby, do you want to elaborate on that part?
Sure, on the CIP or both? Yes. So just as a reminder for the board, the capital improvement plan is our 5-year rolling plan. We have to submit to the state at the end of June, and we bring it to the board for discussion in April and then approval at the June meeting. So the Finance and Facilities Committee did get an in-depth presentation, which hopefully you all have in your packet. Just a couple of notes of interest. We are including a request for $17.3 million this year for asset protection. That's our main funding source for deferred maintenance and sort of addressing maintenance and repair in our buildings. We're also including several projects in the SIP this year that were asked for last year, but were not funded in the governance budget, including HVAC replacement for Carruthers Library, a significant chunk of money for building envelope improvements to help us address our 15 leaking roofs, and funding for campus access control. We are proposing 2 new projects on the SIP this year. One is replacement of the bulkhead at Allen's Harbor, which is a piece of property that URI uses in North Kingstown for small boats to do research. There's a failing bulkhead, so we're working on design for that right now. And then the additional project is relevant to the potential development on Upper College Road mixed-use development that we went out for an RFP on. We have 2 buildings that need to come down to facilitate that development, and since that's over $2 million to renovate the place where the inhabitants of those buildings will go on campus, we're adding that to the SIP as an ongoing project. Finally, the SIP does have on it an FY26 GO bond, which is for an integrated health building, which will be an expansion of Whitehall. And also we're contemplating for FY28 the bond request to be the development of a student success center. So if you look in the SIP presentation, it gives an overview of all of that. And plus there's a slide for every single capital project on the SIP. So I think it's a great resource for the board. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Yeah, within our package on the enclosures, it's pretty comprehensive.
And then fiscal year end results on the committee calendar is just to take a look at where we are for Fund 100 for the end of fiscal year. So you may recall that we have currently a budgeted operating shortfall of $5.7 million. So we are pleased to report that at the end of February, our projections show a shortfall of $1.8 million. Obviously, we don't want a shortfall at all, but that's better than anticipated based on our budget. So we're tracking that really closely. Also, AVP for Financial Strategy and Planning, John Pullman, gave an update around an effort we're undertaking to balance our budget in FY26. So given the federal uncertainty we've talked a lot about today, we are working with every unit at the institution to really look at an average of their last 3 years of actual spending and all the people in their units to get kind of a baseline of keeping operations going as they are and reduce any budget in a unit's area that may not be critical, so that we can try to get rid of that 5.7 million operating shortfall so we can go into FY26 with a balanced budget. It's a very intense exercise. We're working with all the units right now. I'm very appreciative of John Pullman's efforts and also the support of the president and the provost as we kind of work through that exercise. That will allow us to have a better foundation as we go live with the budget model. So we are in a phased implementation of the budget model. So we're going to implement some parts of the new budget model in 26 and then be fully live in 27. Just as a reminder, what the budget model does is allocate resources internally. So it helps us decide where resources go within the university. So, you know, what the overall institutional budget is then sort of translates through the budget model. The budget model itself does not change our overall picture. It just helps us figure out how to distribute funding and then hopefully incentivize behavior in a positive way. So we gave some updates on both of those things, and we're obviously tracking our performance, you know, monthly.
Very good. Any questions of Abby? The board also had a couple of action items. The first one was a renewal of the Oracle software contract. Want to explain a little bit about that when it came up?
Yeah, so we have 2 significant contracts with Oracle. This one is for our PeopleSoft system, which is our ERP system. That's our existing system. As I think you know, we're going to be moving to a different system, but we're still ongoing with that. So it was just an approval that would, you know, it's above the $5 million threshold. So we're seeking board approval on that.
Yeah,
and that's in your omnibus vote later.
Board voted to recommend to the full body for approval on the omnibus bill. The other action item was the purchase of the property on 42 Upper College Road.
Yeah, so this is a property right across from the president's office on Upper College Road that the URI Foundation purchased on URI's behalf. And we are working to actually purchase it back from the foundation. So we're seeking the board's approval to make that purchase. And the source of funds is university reserves.
And the board also approved recommendation to the full body. I think that was it. Did I miss one?
Yeah, one more thing, if I may, we're requesting approval to demolish several small buildings, outbuildings in support of the athletic complex renewal project. So these are buildings that house lands and storage equipment and are generally in dilapidated state. Two of them are historic, so we did work with the Rhode Island Office of Historic Preservation, who said that they don't object to the demolition, but they want us to do an archival history of the building. And I really want to say I appreciate Chris Bovee, our board member here, for talking to us about that. Obviously, very interested in making sure that we have a good documentation about buildings that are historic at the university. But those two groups of buildings, one are underneath the existing Meade Stadium, so they need to come down because the Meade Stadium will be coming down, and the other are in the area of the track, so they need to come down for building of the new track and its outbuildings.
The meat stands are coming down.
Yeah, the Meade stands
All
are
right,
coming
very
down. If I say that again, the Meade stands are coming down. We're excited. So-
Okay. Any questions of Abby? That's it.
All right, good job. Okay, we are going to move into action items. So may I have a motion that the board approve a 3% across the board salary increase for all non-union, non-classified employees effective June 29, 2025. Jay, Mike, any discussion? In favor, please say yes.
Yes. Yes.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, the motion carries. The next omnibus vote. So before proceeding with an omnibus vote to approve the past meetings, minutes, and committee recommended action items, are there any action items listed under the omnibus vote for which any member has any questions or would like to discuss, oppose, or remove from the omnibus vote to be voted on individually? And I have an omnibus motion to approve agenda action items 10A through 10G as recommended and presented.
Matt Len, so moved.
Matt and Art. Motion?
Having that one done. Neil?
I'd ask for a voice vote. All in favor, please say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, that carries, motion carries. Okay. Motion here, that the board approve amendments to the committee calendar as presented in the enclosure. I think this is student athletics. Yeah, okay, we're good on that. Okay. So I see what you did. You laid all these out. I didn't read this part, sorry. Okay, before I turn, stay for 1 minute. Mike, 1 minute, I promise. The plane doesn't leave without you. Come on. Who are we kidding?
The game will start whether I'm there or not.
This is a tough time. And we had I think a really good, robust discussion in executive session. And that's the value of the board. The board is here to support the university when things are good and when things are hard. And I think if you have ideas or you have suggestions or you just want to become more involved in these discussions, reach out to me, reach out to Mark, reach out to anybody around the table. And a lot of you do, and we appreciate that. But as we talked about earlier, and I'll say this publicly, we have to think differently. This is not going to end anytime soon. We are a great institution. We are providing an amazing opportunity for students, and we are producing the best students in the world. And we need to keep doing that. And the only way we're going to do that is if we start thinking creatively, if we're resilient, and if we just remember the mission. And this is the time to do it. So I would ask us all to gather together and be a force, because groups and people, when they come together, they can make a difference. We've seen some of the, frankly, some of the changes since Harvard stood up. And I think we will stand up in our own way on behalf of our students. And I think if we do that, we will get through this. And I just want to thank you for everything you're doing, because we're going to have to keep doing that and more. So we are Rhody, we're a Rhody Nation, and we're going to continue to be a Rhody Nation, and I know we can do it. So with that, I will ask for a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Jay and Charlie. And as for a voice vote, all in favor, please say yes.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. We'll see you on June 27th. Thank you.
Speaker.